Here we go, guys. Let's go. Oh, wait. Better. Okay. Welcome to the stream, guys. I gotta turn on my lights, actually. Hopefully we don't DC it today, like 7 times. Eight out of 10. Let's see how it will be later, news. Okay, we got a sub from Saigu. Thank you. Appreciate that. We have a while to go before the campfire, but for now, let's just blast a bit. I was doing whirlwind action. I want to do a bit more double swing again. There's a whisper. Let's see if I DC and die now. The campfire simulator. Yeah, it's typical time, I think. So it should be in 5 or 6 hours. I just realized I don't need to whirl, right? I can just walk while sipping my coffee. That's cool. Station for pit to not require keys. Is that such a problem? And what do you do, shut off? Hello, Agora, by the way. Hello, Crucible. The Campfire. A giga pint of coffee and drank it at 5 PM. Oh. Well, I usually drink decaf, so I don't have that problem. Hi, Anthony. It's kind of funny how I just walk and then the earthquakes just destroy everything. Okay, I don't get the bleeds and don't get vulnerable, so I do lose quite some stuff. But it seems like it's good enough for T4. Is there any other advantage to... I already lose the beam, I guess. But we only hit most stuff of it. Yeah, this was WSD. It's just built hard to play. Yeah, it's very hard, man. You have to hold one button. Thanks, Pattern. This is better than normal. Now I can't go above the movement speed cap. In fact, Whirlwind actually slows you down, so you want to have more movement speed than normal, but you can't go over the normal cap. Just need to stack a little bit more. Actually, I'm not sure if that's still true. Maybe Whirlwind doesn't slow you down anymore, because it doesn't say anything about it on the tooltip. I'd have to check that in a second. Maybe they power crept that out. Season 35 starts on the 6th. Yeah, I saw that. So it'll be right after the PTR, which does make sense, I guess. It's a good time as well. People are waiting. I'm excited to blast 73. Okay, my move speed is 200. Still 200. What the fuck? Okay, 171. Yeah, it is slower. You can actually see it. Okay. Season 45 is Pandemonium. Yeah, I'll do the PoE2 race. But I don't really expect I'll have a chance of winning, since it's kind of sad actually, because it would probably be very easy to win. There's like barely anyone interested right now, I think. But I also have like no practice and not really a lot of time to practice. So we can do, I guess, some tomorrow and some on Saturday. And that's basically about it, so I don't know, maybe I get lucky. But you know, I have missed like all of these like new changes, layout changes and stuff. I did one run yesterday. Just kind of like trying to warm up a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get like a full set of the demigod stuff. So, we'll see. And they're doing the helm again, which is good, so I can get it maybe this time. Blue days. Actually, I should make a command for Season 45 as well, since people will be asking. So here's the post. So, Season 45. They also have a double XP bonus in China. Okay, Season 34 will end on June 1st. It's Eternal Conflict, which is the kill streaks. June 6th. So it's this Friday in 2 weeks. I don't think this will work. I mean, this has like an IE here, right? I don't think that this will work. Like EU or something. Yeah. Okay. Thanks Evangion for the subgift. And it's a campfire talk, I don't know, 5 hours I think. Oh, hello Mr. Dubhead. He lost on a Spiritborn Quill Guide. You have the stuff in the ring, but you can't make the resource gen work without vital strikes. Add more points in Vigorous. Or try to masterwork more points on your Kapaleka. You're not supposed to run vital strikes. You go Prodigy's Temple. This gives you all the cooldown resets and stuff. And worst case, either try to find a Yen's Blessing, or Shroud of False Death, or temper resource generation on the ring. And I guess you'll be able to make it work. Also make sure you have your Raja up all the time, which is also a reason to have Prodigy's Tempo and not Vital Strikes. I don't have birds, but birds exist in this country. I guess I can close the window a bit. IRL, aspirational birch, yes. They seem very aspirational, the way they sing. One second. Okay. No, I didn't have a neck equipped. What? That's perfect timing, Mr. Dubhead. I did explain it. Maybe I should go back like 2 minutes. Auto farming. Tier 69. I kind of like the kill streak season, to be honest. I found it quite fun. I wonder how it will be these days. I guess it'll be like ridiculously easy to do some insane clears with something like Nova, Necro and stuff. I mean, the balance is gonna be terrible since, you know, Necros everywhere basically. So I might do like a, you know, world first race or Necro or something. And then we'll see. Thing is that Necro doesn't really benefit that much from not running Stricken. But even with Stricken it has a very long boss kill, so I guess... Oh no, it's Necro again. I mean, it's always Necro, unless it's Crucibles, I guess. Wait, is there any other season theme where it's like somewhat balanced? I guess Ethereals also brings a few other classes to shine. But that's it, right? There's nothing else. Yeah, I found the cube seasons like not really exciting second time around. They were exciting the first time around because that was the only thing we had back then. But these days the cube seasons, I find them very underwhelming. Especially because it's just, you know, more Necro seasons than normal even. Right, it's already, like everything is Necro season. But the cube seasons are even more Necro seasons. So I don't know. Soul Shot is nice. Ethereal. Yeah, mostly Soul Shots and the Sanctified, I think. Sanctified was a good season. And Pandemonium will be fun, I think, for a bit. Cube season like the one we get news about in 5 hours. Oh no. I mean, I think it's very likely they're gonna do something like a cube Hinty 4 here. Are people gonna riot when they take it away next season? So, I don't know. Yo, thanks for us up. It's an uphead. Did you get what you needed? They will remove boss powers, yes. Good riddance. What's the cube thing? Well, in Diablo 3, the Kana's cube was an evolution of the Heraldic cube, which not only allowed you to craft and convert items and stuff, but also it allowed you to have 3 legendary powers, one for weapon, jewelry, and armor slots, for free, basically. So yeah, I expect we're gonna get something like that, since the season theme is Heraldic powers. You have 0 resource generation with Proceed's Temper. Okay, so you need to hit, like you have a 44 Midnight Sun, right? So the total resource generation bonus you need to hit is probably somewhere in the range of 110, 115 or so. And each source multiplies. So you get 30 from Ravager, you get like 15 or so from your stats, I think int or strength. So those two together are already like a 50-something% bonus or so. Then you have a bunch of vigorous ranks from Ikapaleke and from putting points. That can be like 30-ish or so. Then we're already looking at like, I don't know, 190, maybe more. Yeah, so you need like probably 1 resource generation source, like either Jens or Ring Temper. And there's also the Sapping Paragon board, I'm not sure if you have that, that has a bunch of extra resource gen. Yeah, so if you get Jens or a Ring, you should be fine. I wonder if Blizzard will ever start actually keeping season themes, or like parts of them at least. Where the hell is Malphas? Paragon 42, okay. Yeah, at 42 you don't have to sapping Paragon board. So make sure you get the tempers. Put 1 or 2 resource gen tempers on your jewelry, and you should be fine. Yeah, you can also just, like, if you're 42 Paragon, you can just attach sapping as the first board, that's fine. That helps you a bit as well, and then later respec. Didn't enjoy the Marvel's fight, very melee unfriendly. I found it like a very nice fight, I don't know. I had fun. Yeah, the M decks here, this is the Berserk Barb skin, by the way. You can put in modify request here, it's a better time played breakdown. What do you mean exactly, Maxley? Ah, you mean like a profile thing? Yeah, I mean, I've been asking them for years at this point. I think the first time I told them about this was like close to 3 years ago. I was like, guys, where is my profile? Well, here we are, guys. So, it is what it is. The technology is not there, I guess. Unlucky. I've played Double Swing at the start of the season, and I actually want to do it again today. Sophisticated charm. So stay tuned. I have all my stuff actually lying around here. Because my setup was really scuffed back then. I'm gonna blast a little bit now, and then we're gonna switch. Do a bit of double swinging. Where is my private profile? Dude, I can't believe that private profile is a thing, man. Like, why? What's the purpose of that? It's so weird. Especially with like how casual and uncompetitive this game is. Like, you could at least make an argument, hey, okay, there's like, you know, there's like the rank 1 dude and he wants to hide his strats or something. Like in the gauntlet or so. That at least makes some sort of sense. But we don't even have anything like that. Oh, Hacklow, thanks for the pen. Misty-free communities. Yeah, communities could solve so many problems, I feel, in this game. Like, imagine there's like a community, like, you know, even for trading, right? You can do like a Barb trade community, you know, rogue trade community, or whatever, right? My predictions for the next add-on. Wait, are you talking about the expansion or are you talking about tonight? Okay, one of new season, inspect people, encourage charter and log in, 50% private profile. Is private profile the standard setting? Or do they actually turn it on? I don't even know where you should change that. I guess it's not a standard, right? The expansion, okay. Well, my expansion prediction is we get a Paragon. We're gonna kill Mephisto. We're gonna see the first hint of Diablo. And well, we're probably gonna get like 1 or 2 new endgame systems. I hope for something like a roguelite mode. And I hope for something like a, you know, Atlas passive tree style system. Maybe you're gonna get the first taste of that today. We're gonna get a big skill tree rework and rebalance and another round of stat squish. This time for real copium. We're gonna go a bit more back to the roots with builds. So yeah, something like that, I guess. It's gonna be pretty cool, I think. Diablo 4. Holy. Dude, even fucking Dragonkin does Infernal Hordes better than Diablo 4. They introduced like a new system called Test of Will or something. And that actually has like interesting boons and banes. Asmodan will come. Yeah, we're probably gonna be Asmodan at some point as well. We already have like all the other guys, right? So only Asmodan is missing. Actually, you can know some of these lists now, right? So, Ire, Crusher, Challenger, Ambidextrous, Wrath. Crusher and Ambidextrous, so we wanna level those two. Okay, these items are lying around here. Crown, okay. Yeah, we get like a lot of upgrades. Yeah, I mean, Infernal Hordes rework is in Season 10. So I guess we're gonna see what it'll do. Hopefully something cool. Are they gonna shove Belial into the main story? No, I don't think there's really like a big story attached to Belial. He's just back. But yeah, so far Asmodan is... I wonder what they're gonna do with Asmodan, to be honest. I mean, Asmodan was such a shitty enemy in Diablo 3 already. So they definitely need a bit of writing for Asmodan to be interesting. Like, everything about Asmodan was just shit, right? Like, his writing, his, like, personality, like, the fight itself was awful as well. Like, everything was bad. So if they ever bring him back, they have to do a bit of work there. Expansion, we will kill Diablo Herald. Oh man. Now I could imagine that we're gonna do like a Mephisto fight, and then somehow like Diablo is at least hinted at for like expansion 3 or something. Good luck, Spider Car. Who wins only one? LE, Harbinger of Hatred, or D4? Wait, is there a Harbinger of Hatred in LE? Season 12, Return of Stricken. Dude, I wouldn't mind if that was Season 9. Like, I keep thinking about solutions to the boss problem. And honestly, Stricken is not a bad solution. To like, you know, the problem of, you know, you push and bosses just live forever. Stricken actually does a pretty good job at fixing that. What was it? Harbiger's Hatred. Ah. I don't know which one actually. I guess the D4 one wins by a mile. D4 one is pretty OP. The Harbingers are kind of whatever. Let's make skills do more damage to less targets a hit. Yeah, okay, but you want to build that into like every single skill one by one? Like, I don't know, man. That makes sense for some things. Like pen shot, for example, or so. But like putting that into every single skill by design is kind of awful game design. Like we need something, you know, that just works. And the thing is that, you know, not every build is even reliant on a skill, right? Like what about Andario builds? What about Shocking Impact builds? What about Lightning Bolt builds and Grenade builds and so on? So you would have to like make some overarching game system that does that. Yeah, like a, you know, like a boss damage stat or something. I mean, that could work. Or like at least an aspect or something. Like you could actually make it just an aspect out of it, right? Like a Bane of the Stricken style aspect. And that could kind of solve that issue. So it's just like a thing you put on your pushing builds. But yeah, I mean, the thing is that a lot of builds actually don't really have space for aspects, right? Even one. Yeah, I think they have to like build it into the system itself. Like if they ever make like a real, like, you know, competitive pit thing, then you know, for example, Atlas Passivity could solve something like that, right? Imagine you have like, you know, options to like convert the pit into like, you know, farming this or farming that and so on. Like customize the pit in some interesting ways. And then there's also like one of the options is like the push mode basically or something. And then that push mode just has like, you know, special rules, including like a stricken mechanic and whatever. And it's like, you know, standardized, so there's no other like customization going on. So that everyone actually ends up with like similar runs. Like you could increase the RNG a lot more for like non-competitive pit. You could even put like butchers in here, you could put bloodseekers, you could put, you know, events, right? Tons of stuff you can do if you want, as long as this is like outside of like any kind of like you know, competitive mode. You could put the seasonal stuff in here in the pit as well, which I never really got so far. And so on. And then you just keep the pushing mode clean from everything. How do you start each season without any gear, make it so high pit each time? I mean, you just play the game, I guess. Making good builds, and then that's where you end up. I mean, most builds just end up somewhere in like the, you know, pit, I don't know, 90 to 100 range, basically. Once you're like decked out, you just need to like get the gear, and then you can do that. There's no butcher in the pit, and there's not a lot of anything in the pit, and that's exactly the stuff that I would like to see remedied. Needs to be more action. That's like why people just don't enjoy farming the pit 2,000 times, you know, because there's nothing going on, right? You have to do a bunch of expansion quests to unlock runes. Only if you did not skip the Vessel of Halo campaign. If you skip the Vessel of Halo campaign, you don't need to do anything. How is Sorc gonna be able to do any damage without enlightenment? I mean, first of all, there are builds that are fine without enlightenment already, like, you know, the Searing Heat and Combustion. I mean, Combustion without the bug are still relatively strong keystones. In general, like, all the key passes are pretty strong on a Sorc now, besides Shatter, I guess. So that's not really the issue. So they just need to fix all the bugs, and then it can still bump things a little bit. And realistically, I mean, if, for example, if they do like the overpower fixes that I described in my video, then Sorc would suddenly look a lot better anyway, right? Because Sorc is not a very like overpower based class compared to others, so all the other classes would get nerfed a lot more in comparison. So that will probably just even out roughly. And then you also solve like a lot of other balance issues. Okay, this allows credit monster placement, yeah, that's true. There needs to be like more excitement and more like RNG and stuff, I think. And just more like random things happening. I see Birdman. Do we have something like that? 11 AM PT. So that's in 5.5 hours. 9 PM my time. I do, Holy Saint Knight. They just remove the caps on Spiritborn, like Wise Pest and Swarms capped at 15. Oh, is it? I actually didn't know that. But I mean, you barely reach that cap anyway, it's kinda hard to reach, I guess. That's not the problem of Stinger though, I think. It's a kind of minor thing, because most of the hits occur like in the first moments of Swarm. So the only change that would bring is if you have more total swarms, then I guess the glyph gives you like a slightly bigger multiplier for each swarm that's out. The bigger problem that the Spiritborn poison builds have is that they just don't have single target. And that affects all of them because Noxious Resonance is like an insane AoE tool. It just doesn't give you boss damage. So I think they should buff the single target of Noxious Resonance or Bitter Medicine. Allow Bitter Medicine to stack a lot more on bosses or something like that. Then the poison builds would actually catch up and would be pretty cool, I think. And maybe nerf the health drain from Jackham Shell a bit, because it's pretty insane. Even for poison builds that have a lot of healing. A lot of people don't want to play poison builds on Spiritborn because of Jackham Shell, but he needed, so there's no way around it. Ankana. It's not only you, and that side is actually Chinese. So you press right click, translate, and then enjoy. Hello, Nexium. I stream more like 3 times full time, but yeah. Opera doesn't have translate? Really? Hi, DJ. I'm playing bingo. Could make a bingo. Tried to make a Deathblow build and didn't work well. Deathblow is definitely not in a good spot right now. Losing profit when I sleep. Well, that's true, but I mean, I kind of want to survive. Streaming is not just about profit anyway. You know, I'm not a company. You stream at a loss. It can be quite unsuccessful to stream at a loss, I guess, or you need to make very bad decisions. I mean, streaming doesn't cost much besides a bit of electricity and, you know, a one-time investment into some hardware, I guess. So it's very simple and very cheap to get started and continue. So streaming at a loss would be kind of bad. Aware. Luckily we're not in that spot. I can't really complain. I think the Diablo Immortal streamers could easily operate at a loss. Okay, but in that case we're back to what I just said about bad decisions, right? Zero mechanics, thanks for the prime. I did not read Berserk. Some Spiritborn aspects are scuffed. They made blockchains cap at 100. If the intent was that it should be overcapped. No, the intent was not it should be overcapped. Like, why does it make sense to have more than 100% blockchains? You have an aspect that gives you 15% per resolve, which means you need 7 resolve stacks with a maxed out aspect, which is very hard to get. In order to hit 100%. And that's already tough enough. You don't get many resolve stacks. You have 8 resolve stacks total. 13 with the tenacity aspect. And that's it. Basically. It was certainly never intended for blockchains to go above 100. In fact, back before launch, this is actually what happened, right? So when I first played Spiritborn, the aspect gave you above 100% blockchains, and then everyone said like, what the fuck is this? And then they capped it, like it should have been, but the cap was only on the tooltip, and the actual blockchains went beyond that. So this is like what caused some of the bugs and the OP power in Season 6. I think the Druid actually did show 100%, but he actually had more from the aspect. And I mean, if you compare that aspect's power to other aspects' power, it's a very strong aspect. It's just that a lot of builds just have perma armored hide that gives you 100% block chance already, so you don't run an aspect. But if you ever get a Spiritborn meta where we don't have perma everything all the time, Prodigy's Tempo or Jackham Shell, meaning you don't have perma armored hide, well, you would likely actually run that aspect to get the 100% block all the time, which is a very strong aspect. Like, Spiritborn doesn't really have like a lot of fundamental issues. It's just that, okay, there's a bit of missing single target on like the poison builds. Jackham Shell could see a change. Quill Volley needs a bit of a nerf, especially on the single target and like a hit side. And then you just like take all the builds, buff them a little bit, maybe like a ×2 or something. And then we're gonna have like, 8, 9 builds or something that are all really good. And then you can still work on some stuff like more basic builds, a Devourer build, a Razorwing build, and so on. And make some cool new stuff as well, since the class has been not really changing very much since it was introduced. Like other classes getting like new builds and stuff every season, and Spiritborn so far didn't really get anything since the introduction. And it also has the least builds, since the expansion basically. There's like 6, 7 builds or so that are kind of a thing on Spiritborn. And other classes have like, 12 builds or so. So there needs to be just a bit more, basically. Also the ultimates kind of suck. And so on. But it doesn't take that much to make Spiritborn like really great, I think. A lot of the builds are really well designed and very fun. Like even this season I had definitely the most fun on Spiritborn. I played the most builds on Spiritborn as well. But they are getting a bit repetitive right now. So I'd like to see some new stuff.
There's something special. I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
How do they make other ultimates better than Hunter without nerfing it? Yeah, realistically Hunter needs a nerf, to be honest. Like it just does way too many things. Right? It's just kind of crazy. Like, I think at the very least they could remove the deal double damage against injured. That would be a start. And maybe the ferocity stuff, I don't know. Like the overcap of ferocity stacks, for example. Maybe that should be removed. Like, it's like 2 things that make Hunter so unique that no other ultimate could ever get close. And the other ultimates also don't really do anything, right? Protector gives you like a bit of barrier, so that's kind of okay. But then this is like a, a long cooldown, like only in one spot, and okay, I mean, you can reset the cooldowns and stuff. Protector is like pretty good at making you tanky, but you don't really care about being tanky in most cases, that's the thing. And also you get barriers in other ways. And then you have Seeker, which is like exclusively for damage dealing. So it doesn't have any purpose right now, with like how we only have builds that do damage with 1 skill. And then you have Devourer, which is actually pointless. And in fact it has like negative synergy with its own upgrades and its own like, build defining like tools. So yeah, they need to like change both upgrades on Devourer. They need to give Seeker something. Take some stuff from Hunter. And then maybe this could be interesting. I mean, Hunter is very fun to play with, and I think that should still remain like a staple of the class. But especially when it comes to like, you know, higher end content and like slower content and stuff where you don't want to jump around every 2 seconds with Hunter, I think there should be some space to also use other ultimates. But I can't say I've ever used any of them. Yeah, I think I should definitely make like a minion devourer build on Spiritborn. That'll be really cool. Like you summon the worm, then he starts blasting, and then you like do some stuff to like, you know, buff it or, you know, control it or something. That'll be badass. You know, just like in the cinematic trailer, right? Where he like summons the devourer, and then he like moves his glaive around. Like, I want that. It's kind of funny, talking about like nerfing Hunter and stuff, which I think they have to do at some point. And on the other hand, I guess Spiritborn is like overall like one of the weakest classes right now. Despite having like ridiculous uniques and ridiculous legendaries, right? Like the aspects and stuff that the Spiritborn has are insane. So where's that lack of power coming from actually? I wonder. Like the mechanics that Spiritborn has are just insane, right? With like how they all interact and scale and stuff. Like it's just like so much power creep on all the other classes. And so many little things. It's built better than Rupture. Yes. Why no mention about dupes? Yeah, there's no point to mention that. And Spiritborn is actually surprisingly bug-free compared to other classes, I guess. I mean, there are still bugs. Including some that make the class too strong and stuff, but yeah, we got kind of most of it fixed. Okay, looks like one more run, then it's respec time. Ooh. Gauntlet better be back in Season 9. Said no one ever, holy. Mid-season? Nah, no mid-season. This is Season 9 today. Give us back Ani Barrage. That was a fun build. But a lot of stuff needs to happen for that, I think. Same, Seb. What's on Sunday? Act 3 race. Yeah, Pandemonium theme is gonna be pretty fun, I think. But it's mostly fun for the blasters, I think. It doesn't really boost the power of builds. So it's only like a, you know, solo push or like group push exclusive thing where it kind of matters. But I generally like the theme. I think it's gonna be fun to do like a Rush 2 and GR 150 with it. Dude, if that was slightly higher, man. But let's see.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
44 Paragon points unspent. Holy. Okay. Do this. That's 6.5%. Let's see about the res. Where's my amulet? Oh, wait, banished lord, right? Okay, right. Uh-oh. I gave away banished lords the other day. And maybe I'm gonna be in trouble now. I only have one mule. Okay. And there's a Sorc mule. I don't think I have a banished lord. Is it hard to learn to use the kill streaks effectively? Yes. Oh, fuck. I'm actually fucked. I don't have a banished lords. Do I have one of my other classes anywhere? Not on a Druid. Not on a Sorc. Maybe the Rogue? But this is Rain of Arrows right now, right? I did not talk about the upcoming PoE 2 patch next week, but I posted a little TLDR on my Twitter. But the patch is really good. Kinda excited. Gonna be blasting. I wanted to make the fresh hardcore Zeph run anyway. Shit. Yeah, problem guys, I don't have banished lords. I didn't use it on my death trap. Okay, Okay, YOLO. Ooh, this one is close. Actually, it is usable. Roll of the Cold Rest. 2 to heavy-handed. That's a good one. Yeah, I want to buy Banished Swords. Talisman. That's there. I thought I had another one and gave one away, so unlucky. Let's fix the rest here while we're at it. How much resource do we have? 239. I guess you want the double swing to double damage.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? Solid bricks here.
Well, we mostly care about life and cooldown here, I suppose. Oh my god. Double swing size, fear per second. Restore, restore. Yo, MJ Stone, thank you. Okay, we have 44 points. BJ Ariats. Ah, thank you. I have a good one. I just needed a banish slots because I thought I had another one and then I gave it away. That's my last one. And the one I had on this character was non-ancestral and I salvaged it. Who's the guy who whispered me? Some guy whispered me, but I'm not sure who it was. I think this guy? Not sure. Nah, just one dude. Ah, well. Okay, he doesn't want it, so... 60... attack speed, life, this is kinda nice. And this will be fine, there's only one core. I guess I have another one to give away now. If anyone wants one. The uncapped Paragon in Season 9. Holy. That'll be a disaster. I mean, realistically, what do you gain, right? Nothing, so... just like... strength. +5 main stat, literally. Okay, we have 644. We have small gems. Train strikes with 4 GA. Okay. That's kind of nuts. That's fine. I got my own gear.
See some steel you need. Solid bits here.
Like any res node? Okay. Sort of like maximum lighting rest, yeah. Okay, there's not really anything else. Wait a minute, this is a small temper. Double swing. It's already been used. Oh my god.
Wear the stars around your neck.
Okay, Seer, Cry, Neosec. We have crowd control damage. Is that supposed to be there? Okay, I think I should be fine. Kinda shitty masterwork here, NGA. What's my attack speed? 100. Okay, so we are mildly overcapped by 5%, that's not too bad. My resources 2, 4, 6. That's a lot of damage. Oh, 10.17. Are you actually missing cooldown? Oh, we can't change that. How about this? We don't need crit, right? Since we have the ring. So we can do this. Go to Cinerate. And we have the Crocodile, this is why. Okay, 9.5. I think we do Urivar, right? Can also do this. But it's only for 2 seconds. Yeah, okay, that should be fine. Okay.
An exquisite concoction.
Okay, so we're missing a bit here. How much is this? 3.45, 246 Fury. So this is like a 5% loss from the Ramanadni. Otherwise, this actually looks okay besides the glove. Glove needs to be more mastered. This could be like a lot more, and then we could have another weapon tempo here, since you would have 100% chance for double swing hit twice anyway if we have this and this. And then this could be like belligerence or something. Yeah. Warpath. Okay.
More bear than a stomach.
Let's do 69 as well. See what happens. Why not Beastmaster? What are you gonna do with Beastmaster? That's for minions. Genderism. How did Stinger feel this season? I actually started Stinger as my first Spiritborn build, which was like totally fine to get like T4 and do some stuff, but eventually I wanna probably transition to a stronger build. Especially with like the focus on boss killing right now. Stinger is not that great for that. T4 plus. But yeah, I can definitely get to like, I don't know, T70 farming territory or something. Stinger. Just had to deal with the Jackham Shield Rain. That's how you do bring it. What's that glitch con thing? That looks bad. Yeah, double swing. Especially after playing all these other better builds. I just realized maybe I'm doing a huge mistake here. I mean, the damage is fine, it just doesn't have any clear. And then it has like this, like, you know, overpower every 3 swings kind of deal. I should push a bit and see how far we go. I also am lacking a bit of resource gen here. I wonder if I should roll back the chance to restore resource again. And see if that makes a difference. Season 9 Bloodwave top tier again. I mean, how many people really did play Bloodwave this season though? Despite it being like top build, right? Not that many, I think. Other double swing glove. Okay.
What's left, you ask? I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
$5.5 million, holy. It's more than Masterwork reset to enchant a 200 weapon once. I just rolled off the resource thing. So Ava told me that apparently the chance doesn't increase, it's only the restore value, and that should already cap me out on a single roll on the one-handed basically. But I will try this anyway and see. Dude, I just rolled 100 million. 44k life. Pretty good. Campfire's in 4.5. No earthquake, no all power, and no shout. I mean, shouts are usually very optional. The problem is that these days you don't really have a use for many of the skills they can put in a bar that are not shouts. Since, you know, for example, like back in the old Kratos Barb days, you know, we actually were able to make a build where multiple skills contribute. But this is not possible these days, really. So, it's always like one carry. And this means shouts. I mean, yeah, I can do like ult, charge, leap, something like rupture as a support tool. I guess it's possible to make a non-shout Barb. Yeah, and then just, I don't know, whatever carry you want, I guess. The most promising skill is probably... a good question, actually. Like, all the skills currently suck. So... I guess you check the Maxroll tier list. I guess my money is on Hoda or something. It's probably like the strongest right now. Resources feel so much better the second roll. They shouldn't, so something is a bit sus here. Let's see this again. Let's see the previous one. Okay, it does seem similar after all. Hmm. Well, boss. When did cross-team become allowed? It was fine for like years at this point.
Come back if you need the forge.
Oh, deal. Doing fine, and you? I'm a bit scarce of resources sometimes still. It's hard to get enough resource gen. It's a world boss. Please translock the maze. Yeah, what happened there? Is play still on? That's all the people. Let's see what I play. Nothing. Also nothing. Lightning Spear. Death Trap. Dude, he can't inspect invisible players. What the fuck? When they're stealth. Death Trap. Look. Are you gonna crash here? Dude, he's a boulder enjoyer, man. Holy login. Dude, I'm gonna log on boulder actually. Fuck this. I don't want to barb stuff. I should do some boulder. Are we gonna crash? Bug or feature? I mean, they are stealthed. Maybe it's a feature. But I can't see them. Yeah. Hi, Nini. Fast skill, actually. Nice. Oh, you're liking it, Nini? Okay, I don't want to do more double swing, I think. That was a short adventure. I just realized, man. I played so much of this other season. And now I just I'm so aware of the clunkiness now. It's fine. Boulder. That's the boulder. Boulder's gonna be chill. This is boulder already. Okay. So we need starters. Okay. Oh shit, what about the diamonds?
Wear the stars around your neck.
We have 3 diamonds. What was I running?
There is power in these stones.
I think it was like Neoxan. Something like that. Missing armor. Okay. I don't know what kind of tiers we're running here. I don't have core skill ranks. This is a core, right? Fireballers will be on the theme for the 2 Druid. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they don't have any fire skills on this class, I gotta say. I think I should make some. I was actually expecting the first expansion we'll get like a whole like you know fire core, fire basic, fire old like repertoire or so. Seems like they only go with like one new skill per expansion per class, which I guess is fine. But it's kind of hard to like build an entire theme like that with only one skill per expansion. But I guess I could get started. You know, making a fire core now and then a fire old next time or something. Give us like a volcano skill or some shit. Or the Armageddon. Although, yeah, I already have Cataclysm, I guess. Good luck doing that, by the way. So Cataclysm while it lasts. We're gonna see some big nerfs to it today. Hours. Oh, Athos, good luck. 96 is really good with Boulder. I know it goes like somewhere into the 90s. But that's nice. My character doesn't have 100% crit, right? So this is like a bit of a problem I had here. That's my crit. 78. 86. 96. Actually, we're fine, I guess. Okay. $75. Theo Xal. Theo is the one where you get crowd control, right? Sounds yikes though. I mean, the overflow should make it last roughly 1 second, no? It's 0.35 seconds. Costs 300. And then you get an overflow of 700. So it should be roughly 3 times as long. So a bit more than a second. Unless there's something weird going on. Ah, wait, Exile. Sorry. I thought you were talking about Xan. Yeah, okay, Exile, okay, that makes sense. If you manage to proc it reliably. I mean, how do you get CC that often? Okay, 75 is a bit too slow. Let's take to the 69, I guess. I don't always turbo one-shot everything. What do you ask, Shorty? Okay, this. I'm gonna be playing plenty of other stuff soon as well. This week we have the PoE race. I'll try to go compete there. And also like lots of nice PoE patches have happened. I also saw the patches for PoE 2. Sounds like a really cool update next week. Enquiries. The breach update alone. I don't have to collect all the spinners anymore, right? In that. And also like I think they made it like more consistent in like small maps and stuff. That sounds nice too. Need Merlin magic. Where's Merlin actually? He was here earlier. Eating noodles and drinking 10 monsters a day. Holy. I don't really eat noodles, and I don't really drink Monster. But I do drink coffee sometimes. Or... Green setter. Did a 95 on Mighty Pro with glyphs at 80. I think I can do 100 with 100 glyphs. Well, I can do 100 with Mighty Pro, but that will be not just because of the glyphs. Like the glyphs will give you maybe one more pit here if you finish them. The rest will have to be gear and RNG and better play. They calculate that? I don't know. I mean, there's builds that go lower and higher than this. I just kind of ended up here and I'm fine with it. You wanna see Salt and Cool? We already had a Salt and Cool themed season, right? Sounds like it's not coming back. But he is a cool character. He's actually one of the best characters on Diablo 3, I think. So, who knows? I guess double swing Barb log out. Yeah. I realize I don't really want to play it right now, after all. It's slow and clunky. For the season start, I didn't really notice that so much because I was, just progressing and trying to break into Torment 4 and so on. But now that I've actually played all these other good builds, it does feel not that great to play. Even with the better gear I have now. Yeah, the report Immortalis. Happens all the time. It's crazy because this shit has been going on for ever since the expansion launched. Like, this guy started right around the expansion launch, so like 9 months now. It still keeps going, man, and every day we have like multiple people reporting that they got a friend request on this guy and so on. He keeps doing it, it's crazy. Apparently it's worth it, I don't know. This is Boulder. This is tier 69. Did Kid Woody think that years later people would make bots to copy my identity? No, I don't think so. Boulder Door is definitely pretty strong. I think when Barb pushes maybe slightly higher and stuff. But it's farming like similar tiers and similar time on Whirlwind. Sus. Okay. I love the Buddhist gamers, they're so much fun to mess with. I'm glad you're having fun, man. Well, it's actually a bit of a struggle because, you know, like every day I get like at least 5 DMs from people like, hey, is that real? And whatever, like my DMs is full of that shit. And also, like, you know, there's other stuff like, you know, what if I actually want to do a giveaway or something like that? Like sometimes I actually get like offers from, you know, I know, game keys or whatnot, you know, from publishers, and like I literally have to tell them, no, I can't do that, because people will then get scammed. Like, actually some bullshit situation to be in, man. Like Discord itself needs to do something, I guess. But it has been going on for so long now. New PTR should be on Tuesday. Bonus loot chance is 33% for 1 extra item per player. I have a feeling that Discord don't care. I mean, Discord is like the most important like gaming, you know, messaging platform right now. They should care if they don't want to lose their #1 status. Back to Ventrilo we go. I didn't know that Discord was going public and stuff, but I mean, either way, you know, they need to care about this stuff. And I mean, these days we also have the technology, right? You have like AI and whatever. I mean, like, they can just like take some of the money and then start developing something, and I'm pretty sure you would find a solution somewhere that would at least like 90% solve that problem or something. So to farm Paragon, whatever you can do in like sub 2 minutes. Only farm bosses for uniques since they need uniques to kill them in the first place. Well, part of your sentence is untrue. So that's how.
Not a bad pull. Hello, shining beauty.
Beautiful 3GA.
Shine on, my friend.
Overpower lightning resource cost. Wow.
Better than starting from nothing.
Is this the build I made for Elon Musk? I have no idea what Elon Musk is doing. I think there's a chance to get Kai's Cube next season. On the other hand, it would be kind of weird to have this as a seasonal feature and not as a permanent feature, so maybe some sort of variation of that at least. Needed that ring, for sure. The season of the free resurrected. I wonder how many people are gonna play Season 45 though. I guess excited for the Pandemonium theme, for those that actually want to play Diablo 3. I know a lot of people are waiting for it. By the way, it's making new D3 content. They're not making anything new in D3. They're just launching a new season. So Campfire, they're previewing the next season update and patch notes and stuff. The free season is on the 6th of June. With the Pandemonium theme. many gifts I have to listen to Taylor Swift for one stream? Let's say 1,000. This is the current season. Yes, this is the current season. This is not a past or a future season. I don't have access to time travel machines. Yet. Think about the negative impact of playing D3, reinforcing Blizzard that D4 needs more copy pasta shit. I don't think so. I think they're well aware that, you know, Diablo 3 has mostly run its course, and despite, you know, a lot of people coming back for like the season start, you know, they don't really stick around and stuff. Right? Diablo 3 has like maybe a week of action, and then everything is dead. And there's also like, you know, basically no content creators anymore and all that stuff, right? So which is also largely due to like the lack of updates, I guess. So if they wanted to update Diablo 3, there would probably be more stuff going on. Especially now that it has, you know, so much good stuff in the game. I don't think this is really the reason why they're making Diablo 4 more like D3. You know, just because you play Diablo 3, I don't think this is really why.
See some steel you need? I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
D3 is actually pretty fun these days, I think. But not much longer than like a weekend for me. It's like a weekend game for me at this point. Like I can only stomach so many visions. Either because the Ephesians are still popular or because they're creatively bankrupt. Yeah, it's probably the second, to be honest. All of the season payments at once. Greater 150 cleared 3 hours after season starts. Think they might add a permanent cube after new season. Well, first of all, I guess we'll see what they'll do today. If they do something like a cube. And I mean, the thing is, like, a free cube in Diablo 4 would just mean more power creep. And really what we need is not more power creep. So I don't know. While the idea of it is cool, they would have to do this like maybe the last season before the expansion, and then do like the stats squish in the expansion or something. Right now it seems like a bit out of place, because like in the middle of the cycle between this and next expansion and the previous expansion, and if they do it now and we get like a permanent feature like cube now, in the moment where they have previously already made this game more difficult, so they're probably not going to do it again. I don't know. Like, it needs to be paired with something like a stat squish and a rebalance and, you know, basically what we got this season. I mean, on the other hand, I guess they could make this like the season theme and then say, hey, by the way, we're gonna make it permanent, enjoy. And then the season theme replaces the current season theme, which is also power creep of some sort, right? So we're gonna be in like a kind of comparable scenario for season 9. And then for season 10 they could just like not make a power creep season, right? Then say, okay, we have the cube permanent. Then I guess it would be alright. Do you ever run group content? Very rarely. I've barely done anything this season, just like one short boss session where half the team died. And oh, that's it actually. I don't think I've done anything else. I recommend Last Epoch. It's a very good game. Oh my dog, yeah, there's a dog outside, man. It's very annoying. You guys barely hear it, but I hear it all the time. I already have my window closed. I'm dying in here. Thanks, Sabbath Alex. Do you not think it would allow more build diversity, because you definitely don't want more power creep, but need more builds to play? We have a lot of builds to play, to be honest. I think that's the problem of Diablo 4. You know? There's like, I don't know, 11, 20, like 30, 40, 50. It's like, you know, all the way down to B tier, it's like 60 builds or something that we have here. Like, the build diversity is not the problem. There needs to be a bit more balancing and stuff. But outside of that, I mean, there's plenty of shit you can do. And adding a cube doesn't create more builds. It just takes existing builds and makes them stronger. You know, we're not gonna have more builds just because a cube exists. And you show you with more, you know, individual pieces, you can do like more slight variations of the same builds, but it's still the same builds largely. So everyone just wants the meta build, that's why they say there's no build variety. Yeah, I mean, it is true that the top builds are, you know, ridiculously much stronger than some of the other builds. They make stuff very easy. But if you just want to play more builds, there's plenty of stuff to play that is like, you know, decent at least. So if people only chase the winner builds, then that's up to them. But in Diablo 4, basically more than any other RPG, it barely matters which build you play for, you know, your, let's say, chance of success and your, like, you know, speed of progression and stuff like that, right? Like, there is almost no difference in, like, the actual, like, performance. You know, some builds are way stronger than others and so on. Easier to get online, easier to play and whatever. But in terms of, like, how fast you progress, there's not a huge difference. It's because Maxroll doesn't make proper build guides below S tier. What do you mean? I literally just showed you a tier list that has like 70 builds on them. All updated for the season. This is why we have like 15 people on the team, you know, because we actually do cover not just the S tier builds. You know, if you just cover like the top builds that 90% of people play, yeah, we can do it with like 3 people if you want. You know, the reason why we have 15 people is because we cover all the way shit builds down to D tier, you know? The Twisting Blade guide is not properly updated. I think it actually just got a rework like yesterday or something. I mean, YouTube videos, you can't really expect that for like the low tier builds because, you know, for YouTube, you also have to consider that it's gonna tank your channel if you do unpopular videos. So a lot of people don't really put out videos for like, you know, the unpopular builds. On Maxroll, that's like a different story. Like, you know, we don't really tank our algorithm or something if we make C tier build guides or something. It's just like another thing to choose from for people that read. But for YouTube, you know, I can't just put out a video for, you know, every single rogue build every single season. So I would do that, but I can't, so. Sorc can do pit in 130 and a mini Necro can't. Yeah, okay, I mean, speed matters a lot for, like, you know, a Paragon farm and stuff. And Sorcs just go way faster, but, you know, we're talking about, like, pretty endgame setups anyway. And Sorc is just a faster class, and Necro is just a slower class, and this is something that Blizzard needs to fix. But in terms of the overall, like, you know, let's say, gameplay experience, you know, the whole, let's say, level 1 to Paragon 250, and so on. Like, it barely matters which build you choose, as long as it's like somewhat competent in, like, you know, getting to Torment 4 easily and blasting stuff. And, you know, the difference between, like, you know, like the Lightning Spear Sorc and the Mini Necro is maybe like a factor of ×2 also in terms of efficiency, which is a very small factor for comparing like a very good build to a very bad build, right? Like minions being like the bad one here, even though it's not really bad, it's just not that fast. So, you know, in other games, you know, if you compare like the top tier builds in Diablo 3 to the bad builds in Diablo 3, there's a factor of, I don't know, ×20 in your progression speed or something, right? And I guess similar in like PoE and so on, and, you know, there's a lot of stuff you can't even do in PoE if you don't have a strong enough build or like a god gamer. So, you know, in D4, like, there is such a small gap between the good and the bad builds. Consider offline builds if they are fun and interesting, can get views and engagement. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I make guides, you know, for example, I made like a boulder druid video and stuff like that, and ice shards, and you know, people are excited about that. But I mean, there's like plenty of builds that are not just weak, but also just not that popular and fun. You know, we have plenty of that, right? And so, you know, like for me putting out a video like season after season for like some shitty C tier build that no one really cares about, I can't do that. I don't know, let's take some examples. Werewolf, Tornado, Druid. A lot of people would like to see that come back, but right now no one will play that when Cataclysm exists, and it's just like the weakest Druid build out there. Bash, Barb. Yeah, a lot of people enjoyed that back in Season 4. It's also in C tier right now. You know, like I can't do that. And so, you know, I mean, most of the time, for example, we have like, you know, previous seasons video guides or so, like I have also like some videos from like season 6 or season 7, like my Spiritborn guides or something like that, like, because the build barely changed, besides, okay, seasonal stuff and maybe some tweaks, and you still get like the general idea from the video. So sometimes I just keep an old video in the guide, and at least you get an idea of what's going on, and the rest you see in the Maxroll guide, right? YouTube best build this season, totally dominate the pit with this broken S tier build, and it's just another lightning spear Sorc. Yeah, it is what it is, man. There's probably some people that made like 20 videos about just lightning spear, if you count all the seasons together. But yeah, I mean, on YouTube, this is how it works. On Maxroll, I mean, you know, most of these articles that we do with like, you know, these guides, like these are like old school builds, right? Like Bash Barb, that was like one season where that was like really good and everyone played it. And now it's just kind of there, you know, it's like a build, it's like a playable thing, but no one really cares. But we still update it. Same with like Rend, you know, Rend was never really meta, but it's like one of the archetypes, right? So we do it. And all these builds are updated. And okay, like, you know, obviously there's usually a bit more attention paid to like, you know, the popular and the good builds, because this is also what most people play and this is what our guys play. But all these builds are usually tested every single patch. They're updated every single time. And okay, maybe there's mistakes in there, and you know, you can reach out to the authors and say, hey, I'm actually playing Bash, and maybe this is better or this is wrong or whatever. I mean, sure, but you know, we are already trying pretty hard.
Hello, shining beauty. Hello, wow. There's something special.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Does this build like other players' games? Yes. The IGN guy was doing a minion druid build which can beat the hardest content in the game. He was doing a pit 65 in 8 minutes. Well, technically, T4 is the hardest difficulty in the game. And any build can beat that. So and then okay, that's at the pit, I guess, with like infinite scaling. I'm not sure it's worth including that. Think you get true support islands anytime soon? No. I think what we have currently with support druid is just an accident. Druid main must be dozens of you. Yeah, there's like one build for every druid main on Maxroll. roughly. Like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 in-game guides, man, holy. Druid actually has a lot of stuff going on. Boiler is... now we have 2 druids. We have Boiler in danger. We have 2 druids, 2 Sorcs. We have like, I guess 3 rogues right now? Wait. Yeah. 3 Spiritborn right now. We added a new Spiritborn today, actually. Yeah, we have like 4 Barbs. A lot of Barbs. My prediction how the dungeon escalation works. I don't know, it's probably like some sort of like wave events, or I don't know, maybe portals like Breach or some shit like that. Who are the rogues? Ava, Darkseid, Matthias. We used to have DT and Mippy as well, but Mippy has moved on now. He's not writing for Maxroll. And DZ also, he has like IL stuff going on and decided to quit writing. Yeah, Matthias is also a recent addition. We recruited him like last week or so. And we have cat kills now as a Spiritborn. Like right now, we don't have like that much need for like a new Spiritborn guy, since like there's not too much going on and Chronix and me could handle it. But I would like to have an extra guy, so yeah, new class that's coming and stuff at some point. And maybe there's gonna be like a big Spiritborn patch soon. I can press shift left like Rainy. Yeah, 3-4 minute runs would be nice, Shabbath. And it was really fun to play like some Rain of Arrows or so, where I was just like farming 3-minute runs. It felt really good. Been playing maybe Death Trap build, solid work. Yeah, the Death Trap build is really good. I mean, I'm not really worried about our rogue guides right now. We have Ava jumping in now, and we have Matthias. And there's gonna be plenty of stuff they will cover. New season is only on PTR. Yeah, the season starts on the 1st of July. PTR will probably be next week.
Better than starting from nothing.
3 hours to go, guys. What's going on? Okay. Oh, way far. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure said that later this week we're gonna get Diablo 3 news. So I guess they have a schedule for today because of the Campfire chat, and the Chinese didn't know what time, so they just published their post. I assume that in the Campfire chat they're probably gonna mention the Diablo 3 thing and put out the post sometime this evening. Campfire in 3 hours. Yeah, that's a good bluff. Wait, are we gonna use that?
Hello, Shane. Well, hello, hello, shining few. Well, there's something special.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Hello, easy game god. My first time chatter friend. It's Barbarian. I remember Blade Vortex. I wonder how Blade Vortex will be in PoE 2, to be honest. If they would dare to make something like that. What? Oh wait, the border's here. What? I missed that. Yeah, June 6th is season 45. Video Sorc was pretty good. I had fun with it. But I need like pretty good gear for it. Hopefully that will help you later, Maxley. You can easily spend a couple billion for getting the right passive on an amulet. Especially because they also have like a 50-50 to roll the right number. I think the average to get like 2 ranks of a passive you want on amulet is somewhere in the like, I don't know, half billion range or something. So you can easily get unlucky and spend a couple billion. Yeah, I think enchanting definitely is an update. It's also like the weights are just so awful. Like, for example, a suggestion for me was that, you know, there should be like the drop weights and the enchant weights. And they should not be the same, but right now they're the same. So, you know, all this like special stuff just shows up very rarely. But I think it's fine for like, you know, drops to be like more generic in general. Like, you know, main start, life, attack speed, whatever. And then with enchanting, you have like a way higher chance to actually get the, you know, more special stuff. So they can actually customize it for your build. I think this is how it should work. Yeah, I mean, 6th of June is pretty good timing, I think, for D3. I'm excited to play some. Yeah, the thing is that enchanting, okay, you can fuel it with trade gold in the softcore. But it's not just the gold, it's also like it costs a lot of like rare crystals and shit, and it's also just annoying to do, right? Like literally just sitting there clicking the fucking enchant window for half an hour in order to get the passive for your rank, for your amulet. Like that's just like shitty design, regardless of the cost. Oh, bar. Any tier list? I mean, the tier list will be pretty close to like the non-seasonal tier list, I guess, when it comes to season 35. We have some lying around somewhere. I mean, push, I think, do we still put out the non-season push tier list? Maybe. 23. I'm not sure if we still have that on Maxroll. If it's there, you can check that, I guess. But yeah, I'm gonna have a meeting with Chewy and Ulthor and discuss the tier list and stuff, and then we're gonna put out the guide updates. Saw two LA streamers saying that adding Uber Aberov was a mistake, because most players build for a month to do Aberov only to find a build they worked for a month that's 0 damage, lol. I think that's a very bad take. I mean, you know, Uber Aberov is also a lot about player skill and not just your builds. So even with relatively weak builds, you can defeat Uber Aberov as long as you build it tanky enough and fight him for like 20 minutes. But yeah, I mean, if your build is not good enough to do Uber Aberov, then so be it, you know, you don't have to do the hardest content in the game with every single build. That's fine, you know. The expectation should not be to do Uber Aberov for everyone, you know. That's literally the stated design intention, that very few people will be able to do it. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, I don't expect to kill Uber Aberov with all of my builds. Like, a boss fight like Uber Aberov is also like very different from the rest of the game, right? Most of the rest of the game is just like, it requires your character to do very different things compared to Uber Aberov. Hello, Sophie. Hello, Senti. You gotta tip to farm mythics or runes. Bosses is the only thing you can do. And Javakas as well. LE needs to decide if they want to be a game for casuals or hardcore players, but not both. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that Last Epoch is a very casual-oriented game, and not so much a hardcore-oriented game. But they do have, you know, enough stuff to keep it somewhat interesting for the blasters, so that's good. It's not that hard to take what's there and, you know, make it more interesting for people that play a lot and that play well. You don't really get more rewards when you go higher in this game, Truxy. It barely goes up in terms of rewards. So if you start slowing down, you just waste like your time basically. Yeah, speed is everything, basically, when it comes to this farming pit. problem will be that everyone will only play the top builds, because why would anyone play a build that won't kill Abaroth? I think there is a lot of people out there that have no interest whatsoever in killing Abaroth, even with a good build. Because even if I play good builds, it's hard. Unless you play like some giga busted build that kills them in like 1 minute or something, right? But most people, like even playing that build, they will not get to the point where they can do Uber Abaroth. So, you know, there's so few people that will care about Uber Abaroth, that even like have a chance to progress far enough to get there. Like, it doesn't matter. But it's good that there is this challenge available for someone who, you know, maybe plays Last Epoch for, you know, the next 2 years, season by season. They put in like the 50 hours and get the character to like level 93, maybe kill normal Abaroth, and then they peace out. But, you know, at some point they're like, oh my god, this season looks cool and I have a week off now, let's go. And they log in and they start blasting, and, you know, that one time they'll actually take down Uber Abaroth and they're gonna feel accomplished about it. Because they played like some Uber OP builds and put in like 100 hours and actually did it. You know, I think it's very important to have these things in a game, even for people that are not like try-hard blasters. Because eventually the time will come where maybe they will do it. You know, thanks to power creep, or thanks to, you know, just like a season they really enjoy, or they have a lot of time suddenly, or whatever. If you don't put it high in challenges, then you have the Diablo 3 problem, where everyone says after like 50 hours, shit, I'm done, I'm like Paragon 220, I can one-shot everything in Torrent 4, like what do I care? If you don't have an Uber Abaroth in your game, then, well, people just quit after that, because there's nothing to do, and then everyone's complaining there's no in-game challenges. Like, Uber Abaroth is, we need more Uber Abaroths in this world, not less. That's what I'm saying. So Diablo 4 shifted season design to focus more on permanent endgame systems. Yeah, obviously. I think this is not really a question. I think you ever see a shred speed build again. Yeah, I don't know. Shred is like okay, I think, but it doesn't have like AoE and stuff. I didn't play PD2. Well, I never played it before, and I was also away for 2 days when it launched. And, you know, I was not done with D4. And now we have PoE races. I don't know, maybe sometime down the line I might try some PD2. I'll play it, you know, if we have like sufficient downtime, but it was like, you know, 2 weeks after season start. So it was like pretty early for me to jump off D4. Plus, you know, I wasn't here actually. So I could have done it after I come back, which was like Monday. But then we got the Season 9 announcements and stuff, so we have stuff going on here now. Wasn't it like Season 2, Season 3, Shred moved like Sorc, jumping from pack to pack? I mean, it still does that. Nothing changed about that. I don't need a weapon for that either. Like, the weapon is not actually used for Shred, I think. And I guess Blurred Beast and Andaris actually gave Shred some AoE as well if you played that back in Season 2. Right now you just actually have the claw and the attacks basically, and that's it. So we don't really have like a good clear, and like all these like builds that don't really have like AoE damage are just not really that great these days, since like, you know, we have like content with a lot more density. They buff density across the board and so on. Yeah, PG is starting to feel crowded. Yeah, it is. Like April was fucking insane. And now it's like a bit more chill. And then, okay, we get D3 soon, and then we get PoE after that, probably, and then gonna be like a month of nothing again, and then we're gonna get like PoE 2 again, and then last Epoch again, and so on. Right? Actually, we have 1st July, we have D4. I mean, it's actually kind of nice release schedule. If you like stick to each game for like 1-2 weeks, then yeah, it's fine. I mean, I've been doing like 3 weeks of D4 now, okay. And also, we're gonna do more PoE 2 soon. So these are my 2 main games anyway, so I spend more time on them. You're still playing LE? Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna try to squeeze in like another run on LE as well. Like, I don't know, middle to end of June or something. Like 4 weeks. Now we're gonna be a bit more in like D4 and then PoE 2 mode. And I guess a bit of D3 when it comes out. And then LE. And then D4 again. For Season 9. So plenty of stuff to do for me, it's kinda exciting. If I play WoW. Yeah, WoW is my most played game of all time actually. I was also pretty high-end blaster. Uh, 2.5 hours, Kevin. Female Tauren. No, I've never played a female Tauren actually, but my first character ever was actually a Tauren Druid. And my last character that I made, like the last class I tried out rather, was a Troll Rogue, and then I stuck to Rogue for, well, forever. But I played Night Elf and then Blood Elf. Yeah, I was raiding a lot on WoW. Like especially in the early days, I was like in the best, actually the 2nd best German guild, I think. Back then. We got like a World 20 on Kill Jaden and back in Sunbell and stuff, and also Algalon. I was not in the guild at that point, but the guild was like very good, and I think I got like a top 10 rank in Algalon or something. And stuff like that. And then in Classic, I also joined like the best German Horde guild. It was like a speedrunning guild, basically. We did stuff like, I don't know, like 30 minutes Molten Core and stuff. I didn't play with the Affenjungs, no, but I knew them. This was a different guild. Yeah, they were also like one of the top guilds in Germany. Highest and plus key done. Oh, I don't remember. But when Legion came out, our team, we had like the #1 and the #2 rogue in the world. And like I was rogue and Soulblood was rogue. We were like the #1 and #2 for, I don't know, the first 2 months or something. Or longer. We were blasting pretty hard on Mythic Plus. We also had like the highest ranked warrior tank, which was Spry. And okay, Druid healers, there were quite a lot. And we had a Druid healer, which was Cyberiada. And she was like #5 or something. And then we usually had like the 5th spot was like some kind of like extra filler. Because we were usually just the 4 of us and going with +1. I don't remember what kind of key tiers we were doing at that point. Very high. I mean, there were like only like certain weeks where I could like really push, right? Because of the affixes. It had to be like a fortified week, another tyrannical week, and so on. Hi, Toki. More of Souls, yeah, more of Souls was very fun for our team. It was literally like 3 pulls and the dungeon was over. That was fun shit. Yeah, it was also during that time that we carried a lot of people. And I had my account run for like 5 years on just tokens. On the gold I made. I did Legion, Mythic Plus, that was so much fun, man. I mean, I guess the system hasn't really changed, right? It's still largely the same. But yeah, I had a really good time playing Mythic Plus back then. Outlaw Rogue, that was super fun. Like the old Outlaw Rogue, before they changed the buff. Like I was a shot caller in the team because I was the Outlaw. So, depending on what buffs are rolled, I would tell them what to do, basically, and how much to pull and stuff, which was very funny. Legion remix is coming, yeah, I know. Apparently this remix stuff seems pretty cool. Something for anyone. I have Laser Bear saved in Armory. I do. I've actually been using the Armory this season. We played so much in Legion, so many world quests, so many dungeons. Yeah, I also played a lot in Legion. I think Legion was the best expansion. Legion was just fucking awesome from start to finish, I think. But yeah, it was also the last time I really played the game a lot. Like in the expansions after that, I didn't play it much. MOP Classic. It's kind of funny that they just decided to continue all the way with the expansions. And now it's MOP, man. I really did not expect they would continue after Lich King, or make like, you know, Lich King plus, right? But then decided, okay, we're just gonna do Cataclysm, and now we're gonna do Mob. Like, funny. You can just like do the same thing again 10 years later. Almost the same thing, I guess. It's not really the same if it's not for the first time. How is Maxroll doing at the moment? Fine. What do you mean? Have I done carries on my viewers, like helping my viewers to complete things, so for example bosses? Not really. I mean, here and there I've carried someone or so, but I don't really do it. I mean, the thing is that first of all, most people don't play hardcore, so I can't really carry anyone anyway. And then in hardcore, they also have to think like, you know, what's the point of carrying someone? You know, if they're not strong enough for a certain thing, then, you know, they will just die somewhere anyway or so. Enough Legion, but not the Legendaries RNG. Yeah, they had like this soft cap system, right? Where after 4 Legendaries, you wouldn't get more. That was kind of shitty. I got lucky and I got the one I wanted. But, yeah, that was obviously stupid. And then they fixed that later, at least. That's the only game where people are asking dev to recycle content. I mean, WoW has a lot of content. And a lot of it is also good. But it is kind of interesting how well the whole classic thing is doing, especially like not just the classic, but you know, the MOP classic is coming. Like, what the hell? That's like the 4th expansion, right? it's kind of wild that there's literally just redoing its history, like with like a, I don't know, 15-year delay or something. And that's apparently a thing. Like very soon, you know, after MOP, we're gonna get Walls of Draenor, and then we're gonna get Legion, and then we basically have what is actual retail WoW, right? Like there's nothing else in retail WoW that is not already present in Legion. Really. In terms of systems, right? We have all the raid stuff, we have all of the social stuff, we have Mythic Plus, and so on. So everything literally will be there once they go to Legion Classic. Kind of funny. And Legion was actually the last time they really innovated on the game, right? Outside of like the dragon flying stuff, I guess. Time to launch WoW Classic 2. You should, because I like change. That's what I mean, James. Mythic KJ time. Oh no. I mean, on one hand, if I were to play WoW again, I would actually like to see the new content and all that stuff, but I'm not sure I would enjoy it as much as just like playing, you know, WoW Classic Hardcore or something. I think that's just like a really fun game mode. Percentage of my viewers do hardcore? Not much. If I had to guess, like 5% maybe? I mean, I probably have like a high ratio compared to other streamers, but the overall hardcore population is just very small. Hardcore Classic while waiting for Season 9. Yeah, I still have my level 42 Rogue that I never finished on the Classic Hardcore. But I guess, like, you know, it's like an old server now. It's like, you know, 2 years ago or something. Like, there's probably like no one there anymore. Everyone's playing like Season of Discovery and shit. Bye in 2.5. The Killstreak theme is the Season 19 theme, Pandemonium. You can read up on it in the Maxroll Season History post or something. I'm not sure what it's called. Or you watch my first Greater Rift 150 clear from Season 19. It's actually on my YouTube. It's like one of my earliest YouTube videos on my current channel. That was a big deal. Yeah, Crusader 150, Season 19. Yes, robot. In 2.5 hours.
See some steel you need? I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Hello, not a bad pull that. Hello, shining. Hello, shining beauty.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Yeah, if the date is actually, what is it, 6th of June for Diablo 3, I'm gonna log in. That'll be fine. Yes, background. What was the feedback on Season 8 video? I didn't really read the YouTube comments just yet. A lot of people came to my chat here and told me that they liked it mostly. Sometimes I ask like why they don't talk about this or that. Well, because I kind of wanted to keep the video below 2 hours, I guess. But there's obviously more stuff to talk about. I would recommend this build for softcore. Yeah, it's a good build, I mean. Do you mean to say I chose the worst topic to talk about, Angela? Or I should have talked about other stuff. Okay, I'm just joking. That's the fastest way to level up. Mage mark leveling. Laser attack goes over the borders and pushing high pits. Yeah, true, I guess. Since you don't really have to spam a certain skill. You can just do the stone burst laser. But for farming I can't be bothered with that, to be honest. Favorite build this season is Ice Shards, I would say. It's decently strong, goes very fast. It's like a nice feel. Just if it was the other Nightman, that would be even better, but I like it anyway. 1 second, by the way. I'm gonna get a drink. Found a dog. Let's put a thing on the screen, I guess. Like that. Now we could also wait. Like this maybe. This bit is perfect when you have a little dog on your lap. You can pet Merlin, start blasting. Just need to press Hurricane once in a while. I can click it actually. I don't have my teleport though. Yeah, Underdog will be fun to play again, I agree. That was cool. Just in general, some good barrage build and some good ranged rogues in general. It's all gone missing. Alright, lucky. Yeah, I think Darkside did some testing on Victimize lately, and it's like really terrible. And apparently it has like this cooldown to proc, but it doesn't actually like add up the damage of like multiple procs during your cooldowns, so it's just like you can't even like, you know, go for a lot of like hits and stuff. Like it's actually terrible. They just killed it. Good luck, Vitamin Z. This is not a Cataclysm build. Cataclysm is just a support.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Yeah, we're farming XP mostly, I guess. I don't really want to like upgrade this character anymore. I have so many stones, so let's try to get rid of them. I don't really have the goal of reaching Paragon 300, but you know, I'm getting close. I'm just enjoying the builds I made a little bit. You know, I was like doing so much like hopping between classes and builds and stuff, and this is just like one of those that I enjoy more. So I'm just playing this a bit more. It's just fun to blast. Maybe we're gonna find something cool. Mostly just waiting for the campfire though. But then we're gonna be busy. Agreeing if people increase scroll of escape. I did not really do that, but there's some other hardcore people that talked about that. They are pretty rare, to be fair. But I don't mind it. I think it's fine that they're really rare. Uber farm. Uber farm is not in the pit. Uber farm is bosses. But I have all the Ubers, so... Yeah, we can do a bit of Gamba, actually. We have some shards. We have 7 sparks. I have a double in rogue lights. I want to play Hades at some point. I haven't done that yet. Seven sparks. I mean, 7 sparks is nothing. I have 10 more here, actually. If I convert the ash. Like, after they added the ash conversion, a lot of people suddenly got all those sparks. Swarm. What is swarm? Pop roguelike. This game? Very positive, okay. Never heard of this. Hmm. So it seems like it's a bit like Hades, right? Looks kinda cool. Maybe I'll check it out sometime. Have I ever got a mythic item drop from pits, Nightmare Dungeon out of World of Activities? I don't think so, actually. I mean, it became realistic in Season 4, but I don't think it's ever happened. It's made by the same people. Oh, it made like another game, okay. Wait, Hades was made by Team 17? I remember they made Worms back in the day. I played a lot of Worms. Super Giant Games, okay. The publisher, okay. Teams 1 through 16 didn't make it. 17 is a sole survivor.
What's still got some good in it?
Damage seems a bit low. Well, if like constant 10 billion crits are low for you, then I'm not sure what to say. Okay, but it's not 2.5 trillion. Yes, that's correct. But does that matter? Dragonkin worth the buy? Ah, for 20 bucks. Not much can go wrong. It's a pretty cheap game. And I already played it for like over 20 hours now, and I'll maybe do some more. For me it's okay, and it seems like the updates they're doing are pretty good. There was like the first big update now, like 2 days ago that I played. And I definitely noticed a bunch of improvements. So if they keep going like that, this might be pretty decent in like half a year, 1 year. I'm not sure exactly when they're planning to do like the full launch. Disciple and Dragonkin, no rest for the wicked. They're very different though. No rest is more like a Souls-like. No rest definitely seems like a more polished game, to be fair. Dragonkin has a bunch of rough edges, I would say. But it's something else to try if you like want to stay in the RPG genre. I think eventually Dragonkin is going to become something like a Last Epoch, maybe. With a bit more time. Our song is called Affections Across Time. Can't breathe, Xan runes, damn. Spear is not very hard to play. It's just a very like endgame heavy setup. Like you need some really sick gear to really see the performance that you see from other people. But I mean, even without that much, it's a decent build, so. What's the highest I've pushed on this build? I haven't really pushed Boulder. I don't know, I have some 90. I guess some 90%, somewhere around 90 I think, or close to 90. Dude, if this dungeon stuff is not good, it's gonna be F. You get all powers from Obsidian Slam every 7th cast. Then we have the Xan rune, which triggers every 4 seconds for roughly half a second, overpowering everything. And then we also have Provocation, where every 8 seconds I'm in bear form. The next cast will be an overpower. So we basically always have like 1, 2, 3 boulders that are like perma overpower, and then every 4 seconds you have the Xan also giving us every hit in overpower. Bring back the floating rock. Wait, did I remove that? Kind of funny, because that was the first 9th Dimension epics they've ever shown. I remember that when they first like talked about 9th Dimension like in the development, like it was a quarterly update. There was a GIF with the The floating rock. I remember that because later on I was writing an article for Maxroll about 9 Dimensions. Like I made the original first post for 9 Dimensions on Maxroll. And I put that GIF in there. Because we didn't have anything else. Floating rock is still 9 Dimensions. Okay, so it's okay, it's not deleted. And you're gonna bring back a second rock. Eric. Ah, the staffing. Wait, does that still exist? No, it doesn't exist anymore, right? The dome. Don't think it's gonna be tiers again for 9 Dimensions. I don't know, I mean... It seemed like they wanted to make everything scale just like, you know, with world tiers. But I feel like... it's maybe not the best solution. I wouldn't mind if there were tiers again. They can make pits, you know, for glyphs and for competition. And they can make 9 Dimension the farm thing, right? And allow us to like choose dungeons that way with tiers. I mean, why not? Just don't bring back the Lightning Dome again. They were always scary and hardcore because they did so much damage. And for some reason you couldn't step in there. That was scary. Dude, you climb down the fucking ladder and then the thing is like hee hee hee. It spawns it upstairs. Oh my god, dude. Hello.
Hi. Is that there's food?
Yeah, there is. But maybe need to get some more. The resource drain affix. Oh my god, dude. Dude, I remember like season 1 of the fucking Millennium dudes that resource drained you. Holy. Yeah, I remember scrolling a few times when I had this like lightning storm affix and then I couldn't make it into the dome because of shit like, oh, I climbed down the stairs, I forgot this thing is going off, and then you can't make it there in time. Use my scroll of escape sometimes. The hype behind Campfire is interesting. I wonder why people think Blizzard's gonna fix everything in Season 9. I don't expect them to fix everything, but a lot of things. And you know, Season 8 already made the game a lot better compared to the past. Hello. So, how is it? What? Okay, 1 second.
forge more than horseshoes and nails. I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Hey guys, Nini has a new tattoo. Actually, a new old tattoo.
No, it's a cover up.
It's a cover-up tattoo of her old tattoo. She wants to show it off.
You wanna see it, guys?
It's not fully ready yet though. It lacks the color and some details and stuff.
What? Yeah.
How long were you there?
It hurts a lot. 6 hours?
6 hours.
Yeah.
Another 4 hours to go.
Yeah, to put the color. Now it doesn't have much.
What was the old tattoo?
A peacock.
And what is the new tattoo?
A peacock. But this one is definitely better. Thank you. Hakio or Haplo, can't read. A pickle. Yeah. Could make a cucumber.
A peepo, exactly. Would you tattoo a
Do
peepo?
we have a people peacock? That would be nice.
You can check.
Maybe I should show it close up. Can you see? It has a membrane. God, it's so warm. It burns. Chat is very funny. Yeah, it's a burp.
You just need to flex the bicep.
Like, what now?
Yeah, it's like a real artist making that tattoo.
I don't have a bicep yet to flex. No, everyone is smoking my peacock. Barb.
Yeah. Artist.
Autist.
Get a flurry rogue tattoo.
Good idea. To flex Woody. How do I flex Woody? I flaunt him every single day. Here he is. There's a pretty Woody here. Very skillful too. I must admit I've never heard this thing before. Thinking?
No.
Can I have a wink?
Well, that
Yeah, but I wanna wink.
this is Boulder Druid Symphony.
Are you gonna set Merlin free?
You can take him.
I can't lift anything right now.
Yeah.
You're washing the dishes later. Really? Are you coming with me? There's another doggy there, a Woody. So it's keeping me company. In comfort.
Okay, man, be free. Ugh. This guy knocks me out of range. Okay. Revolver, thanks for the prime. Yes, Hackler. He's not part of Maxroll team. Well, he was, but that's a long time ago now, like 2 years ago. He was like one of the founders. No more. I don't think I should discuss this. What the hell are you talking about now? I'm talking about my tweets. Maybe like this dungeon escalation stuff you're gonna get with like Enlightenment engines. It's also gonna be a bit like Torchlight maybe. There's for example like the Trial of War, the Trial of Might and so on. Yeah, like when you open a map there's like a random event basically, and you know one of them is like a kill streak thing, so the faster you kill the more stuff you get. Another one is like there's some waves of enemies spawning, and the further you get, the more you get and so on. Like maybe some upgraded events and stuff, because all the events that we have, they're like all like very like RP and so on, but they're not really like in any way like exciting or you know like difficult or something like that, right? And they're also like all like just kind of like very stationary, just like chilling in the same place and waiting until it ends. I don't know what's going on, but maybe you don't have enough resource gen after all. Like, is your resource always full when you attack? It should always empty and fill in the same moment. If that is not happening, then you need more. I am sure I have not been leaked anything. Each crit is capped. Okay. I mean, Sun Rune is a big thing. And then like pressing all the cooldowns correctly. Which is usually just face roll every 3 seconds. Farm boss is crazy. And what kind of content are you doing, Frantic? Yeah, there's a bunch of people that came in here about Quill Volley, and then there's other people that say, yo, I'm playing Quill Volley, thanks for the guide, it's awesome. Like, it's kind of confusing, I gotta say. Not sure where people like fall off the cliff. Kind of makes me wonder if there's like some bug going on that you can run into. Ice OB crits at 250 million. That seems very low. I mean, okay, with Quill, you hit a lot and stuff. Ah, there's no export. My rotation is very simple on like all these Prodigy's builds. You just like spam the button. Then every 3 seconds or so you reset all your cooldowns. You press all of them. That's it.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Follow the stars, friend. Well, hello, Vasily. Hello. Not a bad pull, that. Hello, hello, shining beauty. All finished, are you?
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Which class has the lowest pool of mythics? Not Barb. Rogue, maybe, actually? Because I can't have the staff or the polearm. Or the glaive. There's only Doombringer. Like a lot of classes have Doombringer in the pool now. And like a two-handed weapon like the staff or a grandfather. Shadow Hours all drop. Yeah, but it's a polearm, so only druids and barbs can use it. And the Spiritborn. Yeah, Spiritborn also has the glaive, so you don't want to do that anyway. This is Boulder Mike. There's a link. Spirit has one glaive and a polearm, but no Doombringer. All other classes have Doombringer, I think. I think everyone has one-handed swords. And then some classes have Grandfather, some classes have Arvarion, some classes have Shattered Vow. Barb has 2 of those. What Paragon are you frantic? Any glyphs? Hmm. Boulder, Dustin. Been hard to play. Yeah, it's incredibly hard to play this build. Look. You know, I mean, you could like min-max the tier you're farming to, you know, go up slightly and then get the 8% chance, and then when you get the upgrade on all of your glyphs, you go up again and get 8% again, and so on. But I can't really bother to change and micromanage the tiers right now. Eventually you're gonna have your glyphs at 100 anyway if you do this for a few more hours, so... It does Arrow Stone's rank. Arrow Stone is actually something that we deleted from Maxroll. Or like archived a while ago. I'm not sure if that was with the expansion. Or after Season 6. I played it in Season 6 actually. And back then it wasn't that bad. I did like almost a tier 100 back then in the old scaling. So these days that should still be something like an 80 something. But it hasn't received any upgrades since then, I guess. Besides the trigger tax change and some other little things. And I'm not sure how that stuff works with shadow clones actually. Because back then shadow clone wasn't a thing. So maybe you could actually do something with it. I'm not sure if these procs work with a shadow clone. In terms of fun, yeah, Aerostorms is pretty fun, I think. It should definitely be like T4 viable and stuff. Thanks, Clarity. What's up? And the Uiva, after 3 minutes of damaging him, he had 5% of his HP. What the hell? Do you have the correct aspects? You have the Kapaleka. Are you sure you have your Midnight Sun combo online? Like, make sure you equip it Yen's Blessing, or if you don't have that, the Shroud, or if you don't have that, the like a 1 tempo on the ring or so for resource gen, and try that. Yeah, if you have a Jens and a Shroud, it should be fine. I was doing this with like a 38 Midnight Sun ring. But maybe your values are so low. My Kapaleka was also bad. I had like a 0.3 affix. You have to write Spirit Hall stuff. Gorilla Jack. On the 85 Vigor Generation. Yeah, I don't remember right now exactly. There's like some things that don't show up in Vigor Generation. So the total you would need would be something like 250. But some stuff doesn't show. I think the is it int? Int or strength resource gen doesn't show there. And I think vigorous doesn't show, if I'm not mistaken. So the question is, do we actually have that number? You are ready, Ma. Season 45. I hope that is like dungeon system they're gonna do is gonna be cool. Other than that, hopefully it just fix a bunch of like fundamental game problems.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Here's the thing. We try turning it on and off again. Just unequip all your stuff and equip it again and see what happens. And check your spirit hall. Hey, Monkas? This build cannot be leveled. It has a hard requirement of this unique neck and this aspect. Get a cow of the nameless 4GA, that's pretty sick actually. Ah, it's used in some builds. Yeah, you need perma cataclysm to have infinite resources with Mjolnir Ring. So before you have Mjolnir Ring, or before you have perma cataclysm, well, mostly before you have the ring, you go with Lum Rune. You can do like Neo plus Lum Rune, for example. That's what I did at the start. So I just had infinite resources from that. And then once I got the ring and I had shitty cooldown, I used Neo plus Sec to reduce the cooldown of the ultimate. Then I had perma anyway. And now I don't need either of those two things. And I have like Neo and Xun. And try Neo and Zekrom. What's more brainless, Blight or Blood Surge? Definitely Blood Surge. Epoch has made each class the best. I mean, a lot of the classes that we have in some of the games are like very unique as well, right? Like Demon Hunter only exists in Diablo 3, for example, and there's nothing like it in other games. I guess there's like some recurring themes, like the, you know, barbarian style. Bloodwave Necro isn't even on it. What? What do you mean it's not on it? Like, the third build. And there's a starter build for this build, but as I said, you need a neck and you need metamorphic stone aspect, else you can't play boulder. So you have to play something else before. I recommend if you're leveling up Druid and want to do this, maybe play Polarize, which has like a lot of like kind of similar synergies with Bear and overpower stuff. And it's like just a nice build to level. But then once you get the two things, you can start blasting. Stormslide coming back in Season 9. Holy copium. Stormslide is not coming back. I mean, they specifically like broke the bug that caused Stormslide to exist, right? So... yeah, it's good nutrition, Nico. That's why. Weapon Pro Boulder Toss Barb was fun. Yeah, I actually mained that in... was that Season 26, I think. I started Barb and mained the Raker when it came out. Or like the rework. That was fun. A bit frustrating to push, but when you get a good run, it's really awesome. Hey, Border. This build can push pretty close to 100. It's 3.5 weeks now, sadly, but yeah. I actually can't believe it's been like a full month of blasting D4 already. Feels like less. It's almost a full month. Going kinda ham here. Yeah, it's clearly capped around 70. Exactly. You see, I've been farming tier 69 for hours, man. I can't do 70, man. That last step is impossible. It's actually super fun, boiler. Having a blast at us. The new pit skilling, man. 13 minutes left on 69. Can't do 70. It's ridiculous. $74 Lilith. Yeah, I've done it on Barb this season. On Leap Quake Barb. Can't recommend, I gotta say. Because you don't see shit. But I did it. And I didn't die. Can't see shit on Death Trap Rogue. Yeah, the good thing is on Death Trap Rogue you don't have to see shit, right? You just stand in the middle and you don't care. So that's fine. Exclamation mark Barb. I have an exclamation mark build command. I don't have class commands right now. There's a test that Death Trap Rogue can tank for little spikes. You can definitely do that. Like if you run Dark Shroud and you have like 40-50k HP and 40-50k barrier of second wind. You can also run like Exile, Rune for example, and I don't know. Stuff like that, right? So what the hell? Dude, we found like the second Druid Enjoyer. And now you wanna tire him out, man. What monster are you? I'm not sure if I wanna do this. Oh, a bench boiler. Okay. Ah. Okay. Oh my god. Chat is savage today. Full of savages. Okay, no timeout. How many subs to increase the size of the timer to match my cam, but on the right side? I'd be fine with 20. It's softcore, right? Well, sometimes people have like weird requests and ask me how many subs for this or for that. Someone asked me how many subs for one day of just listening to Taylor Swift songs. And I said 1,000. But no one gifted 1,000 subs yet, so we're not doing it. So, you know, depending on how I feel, I give a larger or a smaller number. Yet. How many subs to call my season starter and season 9 D4 bad? I wonder if that's doable. Can you do that? Or if it's like blocked? It would be funny though. I don't know. What is a fair price for that? I mean, what if the patch is really good? You have to keep your word, yeah, of course. I mean, if people do like, if I say, okay, you know, this amount of subs, and people give me that amount of subs, I'll do it. I'm just wondering. I'm not really a big D4 bad enjoyer, you know. People always come and write it in my chat, and I generally don't like that. As much as I have complaints about the game, I generally enjoy it. If it's really good, D4 badass. D-Fire, yeah. I mean, to be fair, D-Fire is like one of our most used emotes in internal Maxroll Discord. But there's that, I guess. Okay, I'll do it for 100 subs. If I get 100 subs today, I'll do it. Oh no. Thank you, Crucible. Appreciate 10. You guys are insane, by the way. Okay. Thank you, Wonkas. No, wait, not Wonkas. Glimmer of Hope. Why did I say Wonkas? Someone wants to unmod Wonkas. Glimmer of Hope, thank you. Okay, it seems like there's a lot of support for this project. Oh god, okay. Hello. Are we gonna order more food? Hmm? Okay. Do you want any more? Maybe. Okay. Okay guys, time for more skewers, I guess. So, thanks for the subs. Smoothie Wars, appreciate it. Might want to DM Adam? Nah, it's fine. Adam is not gonna DM me. It's all fine. Thank you, Alan. Does it count? I guess it counts. Individual ones. I need to order some food real quick so it arrives in time for the campfire, which starts in half an hour. Yeah, you catch up here. What is going on, man? Thank you, Alan, as well. And Mr. Crumpet for the 500 bits, actually. Kristen. That was so hype train. why do we have like the biggest hype train of the season when I announced I'm gonna name my character D4 Bad? Oh my god, dude. Suddenly everyone is alert. Thanks, Lockmaster. Giga chat. Delete Wonka. Wait, what happened with Wonka? hand sanitizer also have 10. Okay, so how much do I have now? We're like halfway actually. I think 53 missing. Bonkas is looking at the prospect of some vacation, I guess. Oh, what is that? He had enough of moderating my chat. What if it's actually bad? Will I comment before good? If it's actually bad, then I guess that's on point, right? If it was actually good and my character's named T4 bad. I don't know. Everyone's gonna mock me, I guess. What if the season's actually good? And everyone is logging in. Actually, I feel like in general, like, I had a blast this season, but I feel like a lot of people just didn't really, like, they stream it very much and stuff. Like, I didn't really see much going on. Okay, there's like Rob and me, and then, you know, some other typical suspects. You know, like Dioxide and Boiler and whatnot. But yeah. Feels like no one was really here. Mikuna, yeah. Just like the D4 mains, basically. Season 7 was the best. I know, I find this season a lot more fun than Season 7, I gotta say. Like the season theme was ass. Okay. Like, forget about the season theme. That was actually pretty good last time. Which kind of saved it. But just overall game enjoyment was much higher for me this season. Mikuna got discouraged by crafting 65 starters with only 1 GA. Yeah, okay, but I mean, why does he try so hard to get that 2 GA? What is he trying to do? I guess he wants attack speed crit or what? Thanks, Demon Spain. He can't push further than 121. Oh no. And the 1 GA will save it. The target mythic craft is at the jeweler. And the face is announced, it's already announced. It's on a Chinese post. Season start is gonna be 6th of June.
What's left, you ask?
Yeah, I hope they're gonna add some sort of like target farming for, you know, specific runes as well, right? Maybe like certain bosses have a higher chance to drop certain runes or whatever, right? And you can actually like get the stuff that you want a bit more reliably. Like, it doesn't even have to be like they only drop those runes, but, you know, just like, okay, they have like a, you know, ×3 weight or whatever, right? On that boss. And maybe the same with Mythics even, right? I think something like that would be cool. Thanks for the Hyptonair one, by the way. You're halfway for our goal. 50 more subs. We've gotten multiple of every mythic and no jar rune. Yeah, that is kind of bad. And the thing is, there's like no way for you to really like get the rune that you need, right? If you really need that rune, even just for use, it's just one, right? Yeah, like sometimes you just don't get it until like, you know, forever. I forgot subbing got that MTX. Nice. Gonna get the day 1 solo 150 in season 35. It should be very easy on Nova Necro, I think. Like, there's a good season theme for that. And yeah, I mean, I don't think there should be anything else going on the time. I'm gonna log in daily free. It's gonna be fun. Like, Killstreak theme with Nova Necro? I mean, that's like a perfect match. F. Now, if any build was actually not running just 2 uniques all the time, what am I gonna do with this? Ah, well. I can't understand how you'd have enough runes to craft a mythic. Yeah, they made the runes pretty tough to get. Which I think is not a bad thing by itself. If trading was a bit easier and straightforward, then this wouldn't be so problematic. But trading sucks. And I think it would be better if there was some sort of target farming for legendary runes, or like, you know, at least target crafting, or like Diablo 2 had like this, you know, hierarchy, right? So you converted this rune into that, and then the next, and then the next. And there was like a certain order, which I guess doesn't make that much sense with the way that Diablo 4 is made right now, because, you know, it would make the cost of, you know, let's say crafting the Shaco 5 times cheaper than, you know, crafting the Shattered WoW or something, or, you know, so that also doesn't make much sense, depending on where they order the runes exactly. But maybe there could also be like, instead of like a 3-to-1 random conversion, there could be like a 1-to-1 random conversion, but you have to add some extra ingredient or something like that. Or at very least a 2-to-1. Because 3-to-1, I mean, no one is gonna do that. Even the people that don't trade, you know, who the hell is gonna convert 3-to-1 their legendary runes? That's just like burning money. I don't know. They could also just like lower the requirements so that maybe 3 runes instead of 6. I mean, the 666 is funny and all, but yeah, maybe 3 of each for the mythic crafts would be okay. Still a pretty like considerable price. Yeah, realistically I would prefer some kind of like target farming of runes. I think legendary runes being hard to get is a good thing, not a bad thing. So I don't want them to up the drop rates, I just want to like allow people to get the rune that they want a little bit better, right? You can craft mythics at a blacksmith and at a jeweler. That said, they expect players to trade with each other to get the runes they need. Yeah, I mean, if they made like an actual trade system that doesn't suck, then maybe, right? Like, I don't know. I mean, I've been using Crimson Market in the past, and I actually had like decent success with that. And you know, other people use Diablo Trade, who has probably like more volume in general, but either way, it's just like a scuffed system and I don't really want to engage much of it. And this season, for example, I tried exclusively trade chat. I didn't use any site. And I mean, I did sell some of my stuff. I mostly sold my stuff, and occasionally I see someone like want to buy Aeon Rune. And so I just like add that guy and give him an Aeon Rune and that's it. And sometimes when it just, you know, pops up basically. And I mean, I could have sold a lot more things. I would have like 10 billion gold or whatever. Just from like runes, I could probably make like 5 billion right now or something. Because I have so many legendary runes. And that would like give me all the gold I'll ever need this season anyway. I mean, I already have too much, so it's fine. 1.4 billion, I can't really spend that. Unless I go ham on some items. High chance of rune on Legion events. Yeah, I mean, either way, I wanted to like take everything from bosses that is not uniques and put it elsewhere. That would be a good start. Like everything. I don't want any crystals, I don't want any souls, I don't want any runes. I don't want even like gold there necessarily, or give me like some other good way of farming gold. I just want the uniques and then I peace out. That's how bosses should be. Like, I don't want to go back there to farm anything else after I've gotten my items. That's like uninstall Angle, man. I think this should really be a priority right now. People forget I can combine the rare runes. Yeah, I've been doing that. Actually, I got a lot of legendary runes for that because I'm farming so many bosses. But it's still not really, you know, a good solution, I think. Because it's fully random, right? And for example, it took me very long to get my first Jar rune. Like, it took me an entire week or something to get my first Jar rune on season start. Which, you know, I started Sorc and then did the Barb and I didn't have space for it, so it was kind of okay. But then, for example, as soon as I got a Jar rune, I just loaded up the Spiritborn. And before that, I got Jar rune. I really like my Jar rune, you know? So... XP bar didn't move. Yeah, we need 566 million right now. I'm not sure how much I get on this tier, like maybe 7.5 to 8. So it's like 80 runs or so. It's like 1.2% per run maybe right now. It's like 3 hours for this level up. One season ago, reaching 300 took a long time, now it's just pain. Nothing really changed though, it's just slightly slower than last time. It's like 10% slower or so, maybe. Nice, Agora. Farming 79, level 261 to 300, how much time? Without farming the stones, I guess we're talking about like 50 hours. Somewhere like that. The tariffs, Grizz, you know, to hit everyone. Where's the D4 stream? Wait, where the hell is it? It is not live yet? The fuck? It starts in like 15 minutes. Right. On the phone and shit. Live in 10 plus a 50-minute timer. This is the old one here, so. Dude, there's Joe, there's Adam. Holy. What is that clip? Itemization summary from Joe. Oh god. Disparage. Rod.
We want to make sure that, first, players were having an easier time comparing items in their inventory. It's actually one of the first things we started
This is the season 4 campfire, I think, with like, you know, tempering, masterworking.
thinking about when we began discussing what we thought needed to change about itemization, because the experience in season 3 and season 2 and other seasons has really been like the player, you know, you'll get into like the, you know, you're running your high tier nightmare dungeons, you're getting lots of drops, you know, you're sorting through all of this stuff. Like you'll have like items that are like, you know, this is like a 904 eye power sword, and this is a 909 eye power sword. Now I've got like 6 helmets that all are like are have a wide variety of affixes on them. We really wanted to, again, just to quickly hit this, we wanted to make sure that we had a lower number of affixes overall that could roll on different item slots, but that those affixes were more like generically useful and stuff you could really build around, as opposed to having lots of really conditional affixes going back to like the, you know, the damage on Tuesdays joke.
Yeah. Where's Joe, man? Where's the other Joe? And where's our stream? Wait, I just closed it. No.
Now, we want to make sure that, first,
Clicked by Diablo. Well, I guess we wait. YouTube shows it's scheduled in 10. Okay. Dude, what is gonna happen if they start a stream? Oh, here we go. And then there's suddenly like Joe and Joe just sitting there, man. Okay, here we go, guys. Holy. Where are the Joes, dude? Okay. It's Joba. Why did Rax leave Maxroll? I didn't exactly leave. Well, I mean, he's not been doing anything guide related or so. He was like active a little bit in the background or some things, as far as I know. But yeah, basically the last 2 years or so, he's just been, you know, focusing on his own stuff and not writing. Officer Joes are sitting in the armchairs with a somber look. Dude, they're sitting like just off screen, you know, on the side. I am participating in the PV2 race this week. I'm not sure about next, but probably next as well. The Joe-pocalypse. Something Reborn. Nightmare Dungeons Reborn, guys. It's this season. The race is going to be 3 hours. Yeah, on Warrior it's going to be like 2. And then like probably like 2.5 most of the classes. I think most of the classes should have like pretty similar experience anyway. Since they all go the same build and it's like pretty class agnostic. So I want to be like sub 2.5 hours. Borrowed power season again. Ugh. And the rake stuff I played yesterday was actually like relatively fun. Just that it's like way too OP and it kind of it's like way too crazy basically, right? Q would be funny. We decide to come out with a lightning spear unique. Oh my god. Okay, I guess we're gonna prepare my notes and stuff. Let's do that. Okay, this is fine. So 27 should be the date. Flashbang. Thanks, Hatter. And thanks, Orin, for the sub, by the way. Okay, we are at 51 subs missing, guys, for me to name my next character D4 Bad. Well, my season 9 starter. We have a community sub goal. Thanks, Lauren. Appreciate that. Yeah, I guess 41 left then. Thanks, Vienna boy, as well. Appreciate that. Okay. I think you're good to go. I'm gonna get some water, baby. Perfect timing. My delivery is coming in like 1 minute. I need to run down, grab it, and go up. Ah, they have some random video playing first, right? Easy clap. Okay. Well, it begins. Oh no, it does not. Okay, let me like turn off this thing here as well. Okay. I need to go downstairs. 1 minute.
Coming with the 230 PTR realm. My name is Marcus Kretz, and I'm a community manager here at Blizzard Entertainment. And today I'm joined by some new and familiar faces to the stream, which we're really excited to get into. Liam, welcome to the stream. Do you want to introduce yourself
For
and tell everybody
sure.
what you do on Diablo?
Hello, I am Liam. I'm an associate game designer here on Diablo. I'm always caffeinated and I'm excited to be here.
Hey, I'm Exile. I'm a systems designer on the final design team, and I'm also happy to be here and probably not as caffeinated as Liam, but sometimes I wish I was.
Hey everyone, I'm Charles Dunn. I'm a game designer, work on class design on the final design team, and I had some coffee this morning, so I'm feeling pretty good about it.
Nice.
Good way to be. And coming in all the way from downtown Albany, New York, Mr. Dan Tangway, how much caffeine have you had today?
Hey everybody, I'm Dan Tangway. I've had 0 caffeine today. I'm not allowed to have that stuff anymore. So. But yeah, I am the design director for live services, and yeah, I'm excited to share what we've got cooking.
Awesome. Well, that's great. Great to have you here, Dan. And yeah, we're really excited to dive into everything coming with the 230 PTR realm. It's going to be live from May 27th till June 3rd. We're going to be getting into everything coming with that today. However, it's been about a month since Season 8 launched, Belal's return. We've all gotten in and gotten some fantastic boss powers. So, you know, I know we wanted to take a moment to sort of address and see where things are currently sitting in the game. So, like, Aislinn, how do you feel things have been since the start of Season 8?
Yeah, so yeah, we just love to talk a little bit about how has Season 8 gone? Like, what kind of changes did we make from the Season 8 PTR? How did they go in live in Season 8? So the first thing I want to talk about with that on this topic is level pacing and activity variety. So as you guys may be aware, we slowed down leveling just a little bit in Season 8. And I'm really glad we actually ended up bringing that to PTR because it got us so much fantastic feedback from you guys, and we decided to pull back on it a bit. And now we're actually pretty happy with where the pacing of leveling is in Diablo 4 right now. With that said, it did end up highlighting a few other things with the slightly slower leveling, which was that there may not be enough activity variety while you're leveling up. And I think we saw this with Apparition Incursions in Season 8 specifically. There was this pressure, a lot of people felt pressure to, you know, if you want to make progress in the season, you want to actually get rewarded on the seasonal track, you have to go to the Apparition Incursion event. And so a big part of what we did is we took a step back and we looked at leveling activity variety, and we also want to take a look at endgame activity variety, like with layer bosses, because we also know that there's been a little bit of fatigue with like going in and fighting layer bosses over and over and over. And so with all these things said, we've had a slight philosophical, I don't want to say shift, I would say nudge, a philosophical nudge to try and push people to different content types. When you actually do go and fight a layer boss, we want it to be a big moment, a big reward moment that one could say would punch you in the face and knock your teeth out even. And the same is true for tributes in the Undercity or the Infernal Hordes. When you go and do these things, we want them to be really snappy, really punchy, give you
Dude, I really hope they're gonna do all that stuff, like less boss masks,
There's
less
always a
tributes,
reason
and
to
like
go
everything
do
that's
something
like
else if you haven't
better.
before.
That'll be
I
badass.
think that kind of activity variety is fun, and it makes each gameplay session more varied, which just kind of helps the game last longer. You just have more fun while you're doing it. And then beyond that kind of stuff, There's also a lot of permanent improvements that we're going to be talking about on this stream. It's going to be interspersed throughout
it's
some
max
of the seasonal
volume, but I
content
can
we're
raise
actually
it for
gonna be
OBS.
talking about, because with Sins of the Haradrim comes a lot of cool permanent additions as well, which is going to be awesome. Oh, my earpiece is exploding.
It begins.
Yes.
It might be a common trend on this live stream.
yeah,
is our earpieces
let me
falling
check
out.
mine really quick. Yeah, we're good.
But yeah, and finally, I just wanted to say thank you guys so much for playing Diablo 4. I know I have personally had a blast playing Season 8. I know a lot of people on the team have had a blast playing Season 8. We're constantly just playing the game, finding what works, what doesn't, listening to what you guys are saying about it, and we're all here to make Diablo as just fucking awesome as it can possibly be. And so thank you for joining us on this journey. And with that, I wanted to pass it off to you to talk about class design.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to talk a little bit about where we see the class balance and relative balance of the different builds and classes in the current season.